Guys, my anus on fire. All right, a little en fuego. Is that is that what we call it? On fuego. Burning. Burning up. So I was nervous. I was nervous to do a speed run today because 7 hours to get through a run with a real nightmare. I don't want to do it. You wish the presidential addresses would start like that? Dude, I wish politicians would just be honest, but then they probably wouldn't be politicians, right? How's my hair looking today? I've got 2 very distinct hair projectiles today. That's pretty cool. Excited to play Monster Hunter today. I think Brave Gunlance with anti-aerial just brings me a certain level of joy that I didn't think it would. I'm very surprised. You can be a successful opposition politician for being honest for a bit. For a little while. Kaiser, good morning. I feel like I haven't seen you in a couple days. Have you been okay? I want to get anti-aerial flare number 2. So that's what we're gonna do. Can we get an affordable stop? Stop. Long weekend, nice. Very nice. I see, whenever I go to Aldi's, I always feel like it's such a hit or a miss. Either I feel like I came out, like I robbed the place, or then 2 days later I feel like I bought a bunch of food, and then it's gonna go bad immediately. It's rarely in the middle. Oh, wasn't I? Hold on, I was gonna check my farmer cat. Santa Bomb, hello, good morning. Good afternoon. I wish I had notes next to everyone's name and I just always memorized everybody's time zone. That's the Aldi's promise. Your fruit will go bad in 48 hours. Guaranteed. You like the breakfast sausage? I just get weirded out by sausage. He's like, what's gonna happen? How's life? Doing okay. Loving this game. A little. It's not major, but like slightly disappointed by the title update that we're getting at the end of this month. I don't know why. I keep convincing myself like we're gonna get something. Like new monster, new grind, new set, but it seems increasingly clear they're saving it all up for Sunbreak. I mean that's at this point it's fine. Rise isn't world. Well, I know that now. Unexpected earplugs? I mean, it's not gonna really help anyone. Would be my best case scenario. It's too late. I mean, it's just too late. It doesn't make any sense. This would have literally been the last chance for them to do anything. Because pretty soon they're just going to be announcing Sunbreak. It would be very weird for them to be like, hey, Sunbreak's coming out, and guess what? Yada, yada, yada. You know? We have this new endgame grind in base rise. Like, you're not going to do that. That doesn't make any sense. I still thinking about doing a speedrun for GU? I never really seriously considered it. Would I do it for Hub, just to say that I did it, just to put a thing up on the category list? I could do it. If I do it and I ping Moss TKM about it, he'll probably do a run. Because he's like that. That's the way he is. Join Lost Ark. I seriously, look, Fire Cannon, I'm telling you. And you were like at least 50% of it. I installed it. I started it up. I made a character. And like just the input method, I just couldn't do it. People done speedruns for GU? I've done speedruns for GU. I did Prowler speedruns. Plus it's an MMO. I mean, part of the issue, and it's not a big issue, but I mean, it has to be said, like, part of the issue is, like, I have to be conscious of the fact that if I'm gonna find a seat and use a keyboard, I gotta, like, move my ironing board. It's, like, a lot of work. I think, like, I'm gonna spend all that time in it, you know, am I ever gonna stream it? Not like I have to stream every video game I play, because I don't. But it's at least a mild consideration. And if it's stream narcolepsy, it's stream narcolepsy. Dude, Neo 2 is so good. The other thing is, like, I don't know. Like, when I use a mouse and keyboard now, it's been so long since I've used one. Like, I guess I forgot how to use it. Just, like, in the sense that, like, my hands hurt. My wrists hurt. Get a second PC just for Lost Ark, then? Like, a second setup? I don't, maybe the Steam Deck it'll work well on. I don't know. Neo 2 is so good, and the best part is after you beat it the first time, you get the more difficulty settings to go through, and those all change the game up in fun enough little ways. And like it's got like real end game content to do and go through. The funny thing is, like, the purest Neo nerds, like, think they like the Neo 1 endgame better. And it's absolutely insane because, like, I guess Neo 1 had an optional 999 floor dungeon, and Neo 2 only has, like, 120, 130 floors. Don't you have two gaming PCs? I have a laptop that is not a gaming PC. I have a streaming PC, which is kind of sort of a gaming PC, and then I've got my main gaming PC. The streaming PC is simply because some games just don't play very nice with OBS. You're trying to stream it. I could never get my settings to work in a way that I was happy with. Just gonna keep doing that. Come on. Five gaming PCs. I do not. I am getting a Steam Deck. At least I have it pre-ordered. Supposedly, some people are actually going to get it this month. People say Rise is easier than GU and Valor exists. I mean, in G rank, the Valor doesn't save you that much against like the endgame EXs. Yeah, Kaiser, getting the cheapest one is actually going to be decent value. Julian Carter, hello. Adept Sword and Shield, though, turn up even in G rank, I would argue probably easier than anything in Rise. That weapon's so broken. I don't think I can anything. Victoria Liu, hello. I think a big issue is that like a lot of people made up their mind on how hard the game was before they fought the emergency monsters. But to be fair, and in regards to that point, like, there's no reason to fight them. So it's hard to say because we haven't seen like any games that like really rely on like a faster storage speed yet, Kaiser. But testings that they've shown show that you're really not going to have a bad time playing off an SD card. You know, the NAND is obviously faster, but doesn't seem like it's going to really impair any sort of performance. Adept Sword and Shield is so strong. And I'm convinced that there was a difference between 1.0 Rise and 2.0 and 3.0. People that bounced off of Rise after 1.0, they might have been playing an easier game. You can tell that this streamer is standing while gaming, because I do. I just need a heal from the cats, so I don't have to do it myself. Well, that didn't help enough. I thought he was healing me, but it's like, it didn't. I don't even know. I think maybe he played the armor horn. I thought he was gonna heal me. Oh, thank you. Good job, Cat. I just got used to standing while streaming. You know what it is? Is even though it's not many calories, I like the idea that I'm able to burn a couple extra calories while I'm gaming. You know, 6-7 hours a day. I feel like it makes me like a little bit more alert. Oh, Evnat, no, there's no way Zeus has fought any emergency monsters. Like, I don't mean to be an asshole, there's just no way. He came back, he beat low-rank Kezu, very smugly declared triumph, and then he stopped playing. I'm your favorite stand-in guest streamer? That means a lot to me. Hey, fishes, alright, if you want my anecdotal evidence, I feel as if the frame rate really does not make much of a difference with monster tracking in Rise. Is it possible for certain moves to maybe have a better opportunity to adjust to your position? Maybe slightly, but it's not dramatic. I don't sway or fidget while standing for that long? Well, until recently, I used to have to do this all the time. To look at chat. I don't do that anymore because I changed my setup a little bit. Biology streamer. We have biology. The skill that makes dung bombs more powerful. How are your neck muscles? I mean, I don't work them out, like, specifically. I don't have any neck isolation things. Dude, I actually really like walking while streaming. I just worry about the background noise. Do I have a mat and shoes white where I stand? I do now. I didn't always. Sometimes I wear shoes, sometimes I don't. I messed up my ankle like a month ago, so I've been wearing shoes recently just to, like, give it a little bit more support. I think an important thing to point out is a lot of people probably just forgot that like the monsters in Rise are actually pretty strong. Yeah, I know I heard it turn up when I do my video editing and I've got my headphones on, I can hear it. And I just don't want like, especially with Overlord Dean putting in all the work to make sure the odds are archived, I just don't want there to be that in the background. It's definitely a great way to get a lot of cardio in, though. I was getting ripped for a while. Full-size treadmill full. It's an underdesk treadmill. It's not even that good. But it was cheap. I forget how much I paid. Between $200 and $300? Peloton Street. Just get the back. Oops. Little too late. I don't really know why I did that. I could have just walked forward. He's actually a pretty good fight too, Turnip. Like I like what they did with this Arios and Rise. He's not limping yet, is he? Look how handy that AA flare was just then. Coco, hello. Happy Friday to you. Has the snow calmed down where you are? So Tiger Stripes in Trios like remains, I think, like an amazing weapon basically from the beginning you can make it until endgame. Like it always remains kind of viable if you want the para. You have a snowstorm right now? Oh, never mind. Now I feel like an asshole. Kaze, hello. How have you been? You gotta be limping. Come on, I've been kicking your ass. That way? I don't know that I've ever gone to a professional basketball game. I've gone to baseball. I've seen a Red Sox game. You've been extremely sick the past few weeks. That's awful. That's no good. Seeing my beautiful face? Thank you. I feel a little puffy today. I don't know why. I blame my irritable bowels. Irritated bowels? No, it legitimately Ring of Fire moment. Turn up, not even like no memes. Slightly better A flare coming, so it's going to give us a little bit better damage. Slightly faster Wyvern Fire. Better healing? Just happy to be alive, man. Just grateful for everything that I have in life. Who's experiencing Fiesta hole? Yes, actually. I've never heard it referred to that as before, but yes, 100% Fiesta hole syndrome. Hey, an Enduring Charm. I didn't know you can get an Enduring Charm from that spot. Huh. I think the worst is over. I think we're at an okay place now. So wait, that should have unlocked it, but it didn't say anything. Maybe I gotta talk to the guy. The worst is just starting? Excuse me? Oh, there it is. Healing Shield works by smearing special bombs on your shield. When you block, it'll restore the health of nearby allies. You lose less of your heat gauge from the Wyvern's Fire overheat, so your shells don't lose their extra power. I mean, that rarely happened anyways, but I guess if you weren't running artillery, smearing special, don't worry about it. That's like not even like that big of a deal. That's such a bizarre thing for them to be like, that's why it's better. The reason it's better is it gives you your cooldown faster, and it does more damage. This game confuses me sometimes. I was kind of thinking about making a Nargacuga gun lance, but then I decided against it. It'd be G4 before I'd really want to use it anyways. Just getting my key quests up. We'll do it. Does not want to do it. God, there's so many quests in this game. I think I went too far. Guys, I'm high. I'm seriously tweaking out right now. Where... I've made a terrible mistake. G key quests. Hunter's Hub key quests. There we go. It was shooting me with like the Bukkake cannon. I couldn't see anything. All right, Glavenus. What does he get that's new in G rank? Back to resting to grinding Lost Ark? Enjoy. Feel better soon. What kind of cannon? Don't worry about it. The Sweaty Traitor. That's a good point. I mean, is it spoilers to say whether or not people do find their arc? Or is that just kind of like left up in the air? Somebody starts over here. No arc has been found so far. The game's been out for a while though, right? Like at least in Korea. Somebody. You find your second destiny, maybe you weren't happy with the first one. When you play a new monster, do you try to get everything and play with all the weapons? Do you always have a kind of goal in mind? The first one? I mean, that is the goal. What else would the goal be? For me, that's always the goal. Oh, that's with guard too. Pretty quick. That didn't look like he was really hitting me. Oh, wow. Oh. Alright, so do you mean like when I play like a brand new Monster Hunter game or when I'm going back to replay a Monster Hunter game? When I'm going back to replay a game, I usually think about what weapon that I want to do that playthrough with. And that is influenced by what other playthroughs I've done recently in that game, as well as other games. See, okay. That is the best trick out move I think I've ever seen in a Monster Hunter game. Because it seriously does not look like he's about to attack you. And then he just like flings his tail over his shoulder. So with brand new Monster Hunters, sometimes if it's like brand new, I usually do end up kind of sticking to one or two weapons for a little bit. But relatively quickly, I start building sets for everything. That one, hold up. Unlucky, I'm really on the fence of whether Glavenus is better than Astalos. I'm gonna get hit by that attack literally every time. I mean, in general, I would say for people brand new to the game, pick the weapon that looks the most fun to you. And try to get some experience with that first before branching out too much. But also, at the same time, like, don't, you know, don't be afraid to experiment. It's not like there's a ton of weapon types. 15? I guess maybe there's a couple you could write off because they definitely have more advanced mechanics, but outside of those. Insect Glaive is a worrisome one because on one hand, it's really easy, on the other hand, way too many people play that weapon and then, like, forget to use the extracts. This is normal Glavenus. We have not fought Hellblade yet, I don't think. Technically, this is G-rank Glavenus. He gets, I think, one new move where he just, like, flings his tail over his shoulder. And it has, like, barely any telegraph. Weapons is a lot. Not that bad. Or is he not popular? Oof. Ooh, screwed that up. Ooh, screwed that up so bad. Latte Man, if you ever thought to yourself, now's the time for a true healing horde, yep, that's it. I feel like Insect Glaive became a very popular weapon in 4U. I mean, granted, it was super powerful, so I don't blame people for using it. A lot of people do gravitate towards the most powerful weapon, but... So I never played 4U extensively online, but what was... Like, seriously, like, let's go back and examine it. What was this connection between there being so many French players only playing Insect Glaive and doing mounting attacks? Was that really a thing? Or was there just, like, one very prolific guy? But, like, for whatever reason, did other people in other regions not play Insect Glaive and Mount all the time? Like, I have a hard time believing that that was not a thing for people from all regions. There were too many French players? Okay, hold on. There's no such thing as too many French players. They were allowed to play the game. They were more likely to fail them out. That's all I'm saying is, like, I'm just, like, challenging that notion. Because, like, you wouldn't even notice. If there was an English-speaking player that got a mount, you wouldn't think anything of it, because you would just see the call-out or whatever, be like, oh, okay. I mean, there's no denying that there is a connection between Je suis monté and mounting in 4U. Like, there's no question. I mean, that is the perception. I'm just questioning whether or not it was reality. Back hop the zone? Hell yeah. And now I'm sucking down herbs. I don't got any shame. What is this? It wants me to cut the tail for the subquest. Can you still hop into 4U and fighting French players failing mounts? Is that the reality? Ooh. Wubby, thank you.
38 months. Sussy streamer.
Is your name, when you changed your name to Wubby Deluxe, is that at all to do with pay money Wubby? Are you a fan of his streams and content as well? The only thing I know about Wubby is he made some YouTube video about him having a sex doll, making fun of the sex doll, and then admitting that he had sex with the sex doll. And like, you know what? Bravo, because that's like, that's bravery. I consider that real bravery. He was actually really, he was talking about how heavy it was. It was like a real issue for him. Like, he actually had a hard time just moving it. No, he said he had sex. You don't know who that is? It's an internet personality. He still, he gets some pretty big streams up on YouTube. For a while, he was like, he wasn't really a drama streamer, but he was definitely calling out stuff on various platforms. Is it made at Gaxwood? Gaxwood liked that pun. It's from an Adam and Eve sponsorship? I don't think it was. I mean, I don't know. All right, I'll say this. You'd know better than me. Nah, his full-body green suit's pretty good. He still wears it. And that takes some dedication. Wait, it wanted his face? Glavinus' roar actually sounds like a roar. Actually, probably the roar I dislike the most is from my favorite monster, Nergigante. It always sounds so like, it doesn't sound girthy enough, like it needs more bass. Aha! Actually, guard pointed at that. Cephalos versus the world, man. It's not running yet. Supply lit? How close is to complete to the list for this game? So, we're in G rank. We're in G3. It goes up to G4. Still might be 2 weeks away, I guess. If I had to get, if I was really pushed to finish it in 2 weeks, and I just wanted to squeak by, assuming I did not really end up grinding like better stuff at all. Game's got a lot of content. I don't know why everybody keeps asking me, do you think I'm gonna grind EX Deviant completion? Really? Did you just at yourself, Tepelin? What is that? Why did you reply to yourself? You want to see 7-hour streams of me grinding Crystal Beard? You don't. You don't want that. Or hold on, let me rephrase that. I don't want that. It's not. I mean, basically the way it would work is every day I would just start at like, I would have to progress every deviant nearly equally for there to be any variety. And even then I would need to find like some sort of music replacement, because there's just no way I'm gonna listen to deviant music for 3 weeks straight. Solo grinded Safi until he gave up? Is that how that went down canonically? Just waited for Safi to give up. I'm not saying that I won't do an all EX Deviant challenge, but that's not gonna be with this character. Deviant theme is actually okay until you've heard it as the only background music for like 8 hours, and then it's really bad. Let's actually reveal where he goes. Do you want to be a functional human, responsible husband? I don't really want to be a functional human. Is he in the cave? Where is he? He's in that little cave. Jen actually ate and enjoyed beans the other day, by the way. So I think the bean detox worked at least a little bit. What are beans to in the chat? I don't even know where those... Where are those from? Is that Discord added? Is that Twitch added? I'm not sure if it was added to the... Is it just our Discord? I have no idea. The thing is, like, I don't even eat baked beans. I don't need sugar added to my beans. Dude, AA Flare is such a good ability. I'm so excited for the third one. Non-stop Wyvern Fires. Might actually do something. Invested in this, I guess. I don't know why Chance has been so beat up and Latte's been fine. Maybe Chance doesn't have good armor? Does it stack with Artillery Expert Wyvern Fire cooldown reduction? I think it's actually completely independent of that. I think it sets the Wyvern Fire reduction to a certain amount. I haven't tested it, though. That took a little while. But I guess it is Glavenus. He's not necessarily an easy monster. Wow, they really enjoy having you fight the Fated Four over and over again. Guess who's next? That's funny. It's good fight. They gave him one move that's actually tricky. They're the main characters. How goes the G rank progression? It goes great. Prior to the dream match in Tokyo, Ryoza was giving a little pep talk to all of the people that were competing. And privately, before he said it publicly, he said, I want you all to know that you're all the real heroes. And I thought that was really sweet that he said that. What armor is a set that you think looks awesome, but has no utility at all? Gunner's Celtis armor. That's his opinion on the series. He says we don't have a main character because we want you to be the hero. My little champ? He's never called me my little champ. He just called me champion. No, if you haven't seen the G-Rank version Fruitlands, it's actually kind of amazing. You straight up look like a Gundam. Like, even more so than normal Celtis stuff. you think Ryoza would be ashamed of my anime cave? It's not an H anime cave. It's just for anime. I don't know. I'm sure he's got a general appreciation for people that like Japanese culture stuff without being major creeps about it. How did I not get a dunk out of that? Stop. Ooh. I'm sorry, guys. It's time to do the shameful. It's time to do the shameful. I gotta go. I mean, I'm sure he's got a really nice house somewhere in Osaka. He's probably got his own little media cave. I mean, his family's company is worth several $billion. Wait, the bubble didn't heal me. Okay, it's okay if he's running. Do you have to actually, like, waddle into it? I feel like Rise changed that a little bit. It's a little bit more generous. Oh, he's eating. No response. No, I don't believe they heal from eating. It just recovers stamina. Yep. Nope. Red bubbles do give you attack up. I don't know what it's equivalent to. I'm assuming a Might Seed. I did not know Somnicanth healed either. Somnicanth heals. That's so sad. I almost wish I didn't know that. It heals itself and the hunter? That's kind of neat. That was a funny little joke. New, I just want to tell you I have no idea why Stream Elements timed out your message there. Oh, I thought it was a link. Oh, I see. Why did I do that? That was a mistake. That was also a mistake. Died more to Mitsu than I did Glavenus. I mean, I knew he was going to do the attack twice, so I don't know why I used the guard point there. I should have used it on the second one. Okay, this is the first card of the day. At least we made it an hour, give or take. I've seen worse. I wonder if I get a gun lance with 3 slots, if I can get capacity up that way. Let me take a look. I know there's plenty of long 5 gun lances with 2 slots. It is possible. Once we could start fighting a Cantor, it's possible. It's possible in G3. Possible with a single slot? It is. So is there any long 5 gun lances with 1 slot or more that don't need sharpness up and only need razor sharp? I think Nargacuga is long 4 at final. The final upgrade path. I know Silver Rathalos is basically what we want, but also like Silver Rathalos would be kind of a nightmare. maybe the true damage would be okay on him. The thing is like long 4 is not that much better than long 3. But long 5 is pretty significantly better than long 4. Did it just fly away? Are you eating again? This is bad. If I just had a decent guard charm, guard 5 free slot or something like that, it would make everything a lot easier. This is the alternative line for the Yukomo Gun Lance. I don't know what you mean by pure Gun Lance. It's called the Mystic Lance. How's the grind going? At this point, we're just doing progression, but I'm openly musing about my next upgrade path. Yep. Bracky's okay. It does give me blast, which is kind of cool. Quite a bit of blast. Can't say I'm a huge fan of fighting Bracky, though. Can't say I'm a huge fan of fighting Fatalis either. I don't know, with my playstyle, it would really be nice to have long 5. Having a great day, actually. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for asking. Never been better. It's not, guys, I'm not interested in level 4. I want a level 5. I think it should just be Silver Rathalos, because like most things take dragon damage anyways. And like only I would be like a madman to actually go ahead. The thing is like level 4 is only like a little bit stronger than level 3. Because I think level 4 was technically in the base game, so they wanted to balance it so that it wouldn't be overpowered because lol, like Gunlance can't have nice things. That's a weird area. Whereas level 5 was only introduced in it. So, Seregios is okay. It just gets so little raw. Was it like 280 raw? It's actually, like, in my opinion, a pretty decent progression gun lance. But I feel like at the point that I'm at, I'd rather just, like, nut up and do it. Oops. Too early. Silver Rook? Yeah, that's the one. So, like, I get myself in a situation I have to use my anti-aerial flare to block the first hit, but then I'm just gonna get eating the dirt the second hit. Yeah, I need one slot, unless I get a better talisman. Which I'm not about to start, you know, talisman grinding on stream. I did a little bit of mining yesterday. It got me this. Something, I guess. Well, it's not like the playstyle for long gun lance in this game is just constant, you know, charge shot. Yeah, I think Silver Rook is just the one that makes the most sense. It's hell. It is absolute hell to make, and it requires 2 Rathalos mantles and hyper Silver Rathalos. I don't know what the earliest you could fight Silver Rathalos in. I'm assuming G4. Oh, what the hell? I don't think I have any use for them, though. Now it's just mocking me. Are those hard to get? They're like 2% drops. Something like that. Oh, we're gonna wait for the G4. Make the Mitsu gun lance now. I mean, it might be an upgrade. I think it does get long. I know it looks cool. It gets long 4. Does have more raw than what we have now. If we get the final upgrade. I think we need hyper stuff to max it out, though. For the upgrade to be worth it. Yeah, we would need to farm hyper Mitsu. As is, this weapon's just so good. Like, look how... It's just so busted. Long 4, white sharpness, 290 raw. And I think I was able to make it in G1. Wild stuff, man. Barioth. I love G-Rank Barioth. They did a really good job on him. I guess that's maybe what we do today. We get up to G4 and we start fighting Silver Rathalos. That is not exactly how I wanted my day to go, but I think that's what's going to happen. What is the second to last upgrade for him? $290 raw, long 4, 2 slots. It's basically an upgrade over what we have right now. Just the entry-level one. Twisted Variant, hello, good morning. You miss Orange Shep. Well, too many people complained. Don't get mad. Yell at chat. I preferred the orange, too. Did I beat Lao yesterday? I did. We did heavy art. Well, I guess it technically is heavy artillery strats. Mr. Nailbrain, hello. Mr. Nailbrain, really enjoying your contributions to the Discord, by the way. Very appreciated. Always good to see more people sourcing cute animal stuff. Barioth to me is kind of special in GU. Like, they really treated him with a lot of respect. Like, for some reason, like, he's almost like a mini flagship. This is Monster Hunter Rise? This is... Barioth is in Monster Hunter Rise. I almost feel like full bursting makes sense here. Narga was major disrespected in this game. Think Frostfang started out as a deviant? Well, that's a great question. I honestly don't know. That reached. Nice. I would love to see a juiced up Fulgur. I would be happy just to see a normal Fulgur. Wow. Yeah, you really feel the difference when a wing is broken in GU. Gonna do White Fatalis? I'm gonna do every monster in the game. Not necessarily gonna do all EXs or hypers or even necessarily the G rank versions. But every monster's gonna get checked off the list for GU. Court of Crimson? I'm not sure how different they are from their 4U versions, to be honest with you. Not looking forward to Hyper Gel with Gunlance. Guard 2 doesn't do enough on him. There's still certain hits that, like, will knock you back. It is what it is. I mean, we're going to be making the Silver Los Gunlance. That'll help a little bit. Got it off. For the challenge, do you need to fight Rathalos in every game, or only one for it to be cleared? I've been doing every monster in every game that I've played. That being said, I haven't played every single game in the series. We skipped some redundant ones, like we didn't do Try on its own. Have I done World yet? We did do World, yep. Those VODs should still be on the Twitch, as well as they're definitely on the Overlord Dean archive. Just moved into a new dorm? I feel like it's kind of a weird time in the year to move into a new dorm. Was there something wrong with the old dorm? Yeah, somebody throw the archive command into chat, because YouTube is probably a generally more enjoyable experience to watch the VODs. There you go. Wait, why is there a typo there? Thank yo, Overlord Dean? Oh, I gotta fix that. Now I'm embarrassed. Type of shame. It's so bad. I don't know. Top 3,000 streamer wouldn't have that typo, come on. Have you ever looked at the stream titles for the top 100 streamers? It's literally 7 to 8 all caps, random words, like, and then like just a sprinkle of exclamation points everywhere. So I'll agree, a top 3,000 streamer would not have that typo. A top 100 absolutely would. So depressing. Yeah. Wait, Fire Cannon, did you just make that up, or is that an actual stream title? University has 2 campuses? Oh. Strange, but fair enough. When I taught in China, I had the city campus I taught at, which was like literally across the street from where I lived, and then the country campus, which was like a 30 to 40 minute bus ride away. When I teach in China? Right when I got out of college. Don't ask too many questions, because you're not going to get any answers. Tell you stories? I studied Chinese a little bit in college. I was interested in Chinese culture and society and everything else like that. I'm like, man, China seems like they're going to be real popular one day. Hangzhou, which is 2 hours south of Shanghai. We speak Chinese? Not anymore. And so, like, it was kind of crazy. I just had like a duffel bag and some clothes. And the plan was to stay in Thailand for a while. But when I got to Thailand, the city was fun, but then I said, people are saying like, man, you should go to the island. And the island was literally just like filled with like drunk soccer hooligans and one really cool Australian guy. And that wasn't really my scene at that point in time. So I left there and I went to Hong Kong. And I got a little place to stay in Hong Kong for a while. Because you could very easily land in Hong Kong and just get a visa on arrival. And it's no problem. But if you want to go to the mainland, like, you got to have a visa. So, went to Hong Kong, did my research, did a bunch of planning. Got my tourist visa, landed in China, you know, having already mostly decided where I was going to teach after applying for jobs. Went to the place, liked the place. Really glad I did all the negotiations in person. Because it's a lot easier to negotiate when they know like you're a serious candidate and you're not just going to be like wasting their time. Because there's a lot of people that will apply for jobs like that and just like never show up. It's not Hong Kong's second language English. You will be better off speaking English than you will be speaking Mandarin. There are a lot of dialects in Chinese, and it can get to the point where, to a certain degree, you have a child with a local. Not sure if you're... I had a buddy that came out there with me, and he had a lot of girlfriends, but I was still in a relationship with my wife, so no fooling around. It's my favorite dish while being there? There'd be like this big spinning meat orb that they would slice pork off of. I think it was pork. And put it in like these little like wrapped dough thingies. That and like fried sesame balls were probably my favorite things. And fried dumplings. Where was I in the story? So yeah, I mean, you know, I spent most of my time in Hong Kong getting the research done, got there, ended up got there in like August. And I was teaching at a college. It wasn't like, you know, some people like go to teach English and like, maybe that's the only jobs available now. But like they sign up for these like 40-hour English cram schools. And that just seems like miserable. Like teaching's hard work. And especially if you're doing it like for like 40 full hours a week, like that's got to be exhausting. I had it pretty good. I had like 14, 16 hours, academic hours that I taught a week. And it was not a lot of money. Like I couldn't even pay my student loans. Like at one point I had to go to the Chinese post office and fill out like a letter and write to like whatever, the student loan people and be like, yo, I don't got any money. I make $300 a month. And they gave me my forbearance, and so that was fine. But it was, I lived like a king when I was there though. Don't get me wrong. I had a more luxurious life then than I do now. Because like my apartment was paid for, all my utilities were paid for. Literally the only thing I had to do was feed myself. And so I think I taught an extra class. Like I was an overachiever. I taught an extra class and I made like 4,300 RMB a month. It was a little bit of an exaggeration, Pacifium. Look up 4,300 RMB. But imagine you had $44,300 a month and all you had to do was feed yourself. You'd be eating pretty good. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. It was like $700. I probably could have made my student loan payments, but it would have felt very weird literally shoveling away half my income a month to like make the minimum payments. So it's been pretty nice. I mean, there's always like currency trickery anyways, elitis with the dollar versus the Chinese yuan. I'm sure things have gone up. Can we get a ballpark here? I guess 2005? Screw you, man. It was not 2005. I am not 41 now. But I mean, for any Kokonas in chat, I mean, I'm just gonna say, like, you know, don't spend your whole life in the United States. Like, traveling isn't really like super expensive. Like, as long as like you're smart about it. What made you leave China? I came home to marry my wife. We met in college, and we stayed in a long distance relationship even while I was away, and I came back and we got married. Honestly, this is not Jen's fault at all. Happiest years of my life were in China. It's just like so relaxing. Okay. Only because, like I said, 14 hours a week of work. And like, you could just be a complete man-child. In fact, I was very good friends with a real, literal man-child when I was over there. No, it's not. It's nothing to do with Jen. Just like when you're in, like when I'm in the United States, like you gotta, you know, do your normal 40, sometimes in my case 50, sometimes 60 plus hours of work a week. Just like so much free time. And like normally in the case of when you have all that free time, it's because like you're unemployed or you're underemployed, like you can't really enjoy it. But in my situation, like everything was fine. She has some mild fears, Coco, honestly, that I'm gonna just like take off someday and want to live in China again. But I wouldn't really want to live in China again. I mean, it's okay. The food is the best part. The people are cool too. Oh god. What's a boomer take? What is a boomer take like? Least stressful years of my life? Meat orb over your wife. You can marry a meat orb if you wanted. I wouldn't stop you. The culture can be really hard. In China specifically. At least it was when I was there. In that, like, you can't necessarily call them racist. It's not racist so much so as like culturally there's just like such a connection with being Chinese and in China. You know, they've got 3,000 plus years of generally continuous history, and there's a lot that comes from that. You know, I mean, when they see you, you know, their word from foreigner is Lao Wai, which means old outside, which to me, I always interpreted that as like, you've been outside of China for so long, because the belief is that, you know, civilization started in China. You've been gone for so long, you have mutated, and now you look like the way you look like now. You not Chinese looking mutant. And like, if you asked a Chinese person like that, or somebody from China, like they'd say, oh, that's not how we mean it at all. But there's definitely a little bit of a connotation there. I had a guy I used to work with in an old job. And he traveled down south regularly. I think he had family down there. And I think he said to him, the racism he encountered in the South was like a fine wine. Because he appreciated it, because when they were racist to him, like they were just very clearly racist to him. As opposed to the racism that you face up north, which is just like built into like all these old like housing laws and stuff like that and segregated. And that was an interesting take for him to have on it. It's definitely more of a xenophobia, but it's not even like a xenophobia. Like, they don't hate you, you know? Like, they're not gonna treat you necessarily worse for being a foreigner. In fact, in my situation, you almost live, like, you could exist, like, outside of society being a foreigner in China, because they don't expect you to know any of their cultural norms or rules at all. And even if you could say ni hao, they're like, wow, your Chinese is so good. Friend lives in China. He says instead of diapers, the parents put acid chaps on toddlers and they crap on the sidewalk. That was true when I was there. Isn't Japan more racist? Japan probably has a little bit more like, let's call it Southern racism relative to China. I mean, for China, like, you know, they've been so isolated for so long. I mean, they didn't even open up their borders until after Japan did. And even afterwards, there was that very long period of time when, you know, it was full Mao era China where, like, nobody really got in or out. Holy crap. Huh. That might help. I'm adding it now. Let's see if that helps. It actually doesn't help at all. Are you kidding me? What a pain in the ass. How is +6 sharpness not better than +6 guard? Friend was a teacher in Japan, came back for Christmas, and now can't get back to Japan. All his stuff, apartment, job, and stuff are still in Japan. I've heard they are planning on reducing restrictions. To go from like 2,000 people coming in a month to 4,000. Where do you go to mine for Jarms in G rank? If you only want to mine, probably the best quest is this one. And you eat for Explore. And then otherwise, you know, the way to get charms is through the event quest. This one here. You do the sub quest for Bizarios. I guess this quest is probably not terrible either. Presumably you can get Explorer in that one too. Yeah, so I mean it does it's you hate to say it does sometimes border on the comical, like how can you be so bad? Do you kill Bizarius and clear the quest? Nah, you just mine. But in general, if you're traveling, like, even if you could speak just the very smallest amount of the local language, if you could speak English, you could get by. Almost everything has, like, dual language options everywhere. And that's held true for basically every country I've been in. The only country where it was harder in, I guess, was like Italy. I feel like Sicily didn't have a lot. Scale from 1 to 10, how dangerous would it be to own a Conchu as a pet? Relative to all the other things in the Monster Hunter universe, I'd call it probably a 1. We already beat Lao. No more Lao. Yeah, so I've never actually done any significant amount of land travel in the EU before. But that might be fun. It's way less expensive. The issue is that when you're traveling, it's not so much the money as the fact that, like, it just takes a lot of time. And at least people from the US normally just don't get any reasonable amount of time off a year. Actually, fun fact, the one brief period of time I was in Thailand and I met that Australian dude, he told me how his employer had to give him 3 weeks of vacation time a year or they would actually get in trouble. And that blew my mind. It's like, what? Like, yeah, they'll get in trouble. Uh-oh. 6 weeks vacations in Scotland? That sounds pretty healthy. That's like along with like national holidays and stuff, right? Where are you, Shady Joe? Are you in the? You're not in the U.S. There's no way. I mean, if you're a teacher, you might get 6 weeks a year, but I don't know of anyone that gets more than maybe 4 weeks? 5 weeks if you've been working at a company for like 20 years, maybe? Delaware? If you don't mind saying, what industry do you work in? You know what I mean? You sound like a nationalist. How do you think the U.S. is so successful because of relatively abusive they are to their workers? I mean, the companies end up being very profitable. I'm going to say sometimes in spite of that, not necessarily because of their practices. We were talking about it a little bit, maybe it was yesterday, the other day. The US is kind of at least a little, or has been unique historically because of like the sheer amount of innovation and multiculturalism that exists. I think that helps a lot with innovation. Night crew boss at a grocery store in the Union? Well, that's a very good advertisement for unions. You get verbally abused every day from your job? That makes me really sad. I'm assuming that is also a service industry job. Don't worry, I get verbally abused every day at my job too. But at least I get to play video games while it happens. But yeah, I'm very... Shady Joe, I just want to say, very happy for you. We moved to unlimited vacation at your company, and now folks take less time off? I mean, if I worked a normal job, I think I would be perfectly happy just working 4 10-hour days a week and then just having unlimited 3-day weekends. I mean, the reality is, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure some of you are students or in different careers, but if you've never worked an office job before, not a lot gets done on Fridays. It's not a very productive day of the week. And yet you're still expected to come in and work a full day. Like when I was at the credit union, like any loans that didn't get closed in the first, before lunchtime, nobody was going to come in and do their financial stuff a Friday night. 10-hour days sound brutal? If they gave you a 3-day weekend, I mean, it would almost be worth it. I feel like it. Especially the same thing would go for Thursdays? I don't know, man. I mean, I guess it depends on what industry you're doing. Work at a factory for 12 hours a day, get paid 27 hours? That's pretty good. But if you're, why are they even bothering you though? Just, you work from home and watch me all week? Hell yeah. I mean, it's also probably true that 4 8-hour days would be fine. I'm just saying if I had to at least just cause any sort of change in the insanity that is the American work culture, 40 hours a week. That was an attack. It just like walked backwards. You see them every day in chat? Well, Evden. I want to blow your mind here. If you see them, you're here as much as they are. Exactly. You're as much of a goon as they are. I have no idea what has inspired it, but I've started to watch a little bit more live streaming recently myself. I guess I've had a little bit more of a relaxed schedule recently. And I have no idea why, what attracts me to watch him. But I've been watching Tyler 1. I have no idea why. I don't even really like League of Legends. Is this played on an emulator? Yes, and we are using a cheat code that enables 60 FPS. I don't have a man crush on Tyler 1, but he is, you can't even explain it why he's so funny. He's like me, buffed 6'5". He had some insane rambling title the other day, and at the very end of the title, related to nothing, was just 6'5". It was really funny. You actually play League and watch a lot of Tyler? So yeah, I mean, one thing that's very interesting is he has been doing a little bit of a challenge where he's been trying to go up the rank as much as possible, only playing support, which for him, just in my mind, I feel like that would be a real challenge for him. You play League and you can't stand Tyler? I know it's a joke, but he seriously just tried to surrender literally every single match he's in. No, he's playing support right now. He's done that in every role. But I swear to God, every single game. I know it's a joke. It's got to be something. Every single game he tries to surrender. Literally every game. And like the thing is, like, I don't know enough about the game to know if like the surrender is a good idea or not. But he always does it. He always does it. It's like, and then they win easily. Well, the game has such, like, from what I could tell, it does have really good, like, rubber band mechanics. Like, it feels like you could be losing really bad, but for whatever reason, you're able to just take that back and swing your momentum. Got to play Monster Hunter Portable 2nd G for the first time. Major Guns, if you haven't yet, go into the Discord. Because literally our guy, Incognito Man, just released this really good patch for Portable 2nd G that will give you an amazing experience. Go to the Boomer channel. Seriously, just do it. There's zero reason not to use that patch. It's so good. I actually have seen that Tropic Gel, and literally he carried that entire tug of war. It's really good, Major Guns. It's really, really good. There's a couple optional patches he made. There's one that will reduce your the HUD UI scaling for the map. It's really nice. He added some cool quality of life things to like the guild hall. He's still working on it. It's not finished yet, but he's eventually going to let you eat in the guild hall. You could already buy items in the guild hall. He's such an entertainer, even with boring games like League. I agree. He's definitely very talented. Now, I've heard he's actually a genuinely very nice guy in real life. Token Kiwami? I never really played much of Token 1. I played a lot of Token 2. I mean, Tyler Warren is 6'5" anyways, so he's gonna have a lot of leverage no matter what. I like Moon Moon. That's pretty. I pretty much watch Moon Moon and Tyler. Moon Moon, it depends on what he's playing. Sometimes he plays some games I might, but usually I like watching Moon Moon. I like it when he plays weird games, like the Baldi series was very entertaining to me. We got it. Don't even worry about it. Were you worried? Apparently that was his first playthrough on Toad as well. I still... Alright, I don't want this to come out the wrong way. I still don't understand... I don't understand how he got married and has a child, Moon Moon. Like, I know there's no reason he shouldn't get married and have a child. But how did he get married and have a child? Is that rude? Is that like a dick thing to say? It just seems like, it feels like it came out of nowhere. That's kind of a dick thing to say. I'm sure you'd say the same thing about me. How did I get married? Bro, I got the same question, man. She asked me out, okay? I know when he was first talking about it, there would be people in this chat like, I don't like this bit. I don't like this bit that you're married. Most relaxing time of my life. Has he, now this, I don't want to sound like a creeper, but has he ever shown like a picture of his kid on stream? I totally understand if he wouldn't want to show that. Because people would be weird about it. But does he really have a kid? No? Okay. It's probably for the best. Honestly, it's probably for the best. His kid said A on stream before? Well, huge if true. Did I eat beans on my first date? Dude. One of the first dates, she'd get so pissed if she heard me tell this story. One of the first dates, it was at college. We sit down to eat. We order the food. She gets a call from like one of her professors and like steps out to talk to them. The food arrives. I wait like 15 minutes. She's still not back. And I'm like, all right, I guess I got stood up and I just eat my meal. I'm literally about to just pay and leave and she comes back and said, sorry, I was talking to my professor. And like, I couldn't figure out if she was just sending out some really weird signals. I'm like, do you not want to go on the date anymore? But I guess she just genuinely wanted to talk to her professor about some class thing. I almost just left. I mean, none of you would blame me if I did. Like, if it was like 30 minutes and your date was just, was I nervous? I wasn't nervous. Not really. But I mean, I was like, it was literally like, it was at least a half hour. It might have been more. I ate my meal. It was just gone. Sandwich was like sitting there. I'm not an asshole for that. Do I remind her of it? Not regularly. No, I'm not like a dick. I'm not like a petty. Well, I am a petty and resentful and spiteful person, but not about stuff like that. She hadn't been on a ton of dates before she met me. She'd only been on a couple dates before, so it wasn't like she was like a killer in the scene or anything like that. Should have ate mine and then got a box for hers and ate it the next day. That'd be funny. You sat for an hour and a half for your prom date to show up? Dude, that's rough, man. That's painful. I would have been gone. I mean, an hour for sure. She chose the future 1% yacht-owning couch streamer. I guess it worked out. But it was rough. That was rough. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I was probably annoyed. I probably told her I was annoyed. I'm like, do you want to go out or not? I left to teach in China for how long? Because she took a 30-minute phone call. That was decided long before I met her. I decided I was going to travel after I graduated. And I told her that. I mean, did she send you a text? If she sent you a text, all is cool. Trying to enjoy some pizza on your own. There's nothing wrong with enjoying pizza on your own. Yeah, if you had a text, it's fine. Then stood up on your birthday, you were dating for a month? That sucks. There's nothing wrong with eating alone. You can treat yourself. Cuboid's probably because of your Black Gravios urgent and for you related trauma. Yo, that waitress kind of a dick. You sure she's coming? You sure she's coming? I bet there are probably some waiters and waitresses that thrive on that drama. Like it feeds their soul. We might go for a mount here. Not that I think it's going to do anything. I mean, 15 minutes is not a long time to wait. "15 minutes is like normal. 30 minutes is when you start going like, hey, what's going on here? And cell phones obviously reduce a lot of that ambiguity anyways. One, I would not wait an hour. I'm sorry. Maybe that makes me a dick. I'd be out. I'd be eating and out away. I guess it depends on the person. Obviously, if like whatever, my wife stood me up, it's not a big deal. I'm gonna eat, I'll see her home later. Whatever. I mean, at a certain point, you're gonna feel at least a little bit of guilt for the restaurant because like you're soaking up a table. You live 11 kilometers away from your wife? It's only like 6 miles. It's not that far. Oh, 11,000. Okay, never mind. Never mind. I didn't see the K there. There's a nice Mexican place next to your job that I want to take your boyfriend to. Would that be weird? No, why would it be? Mexican food is delicious. It's just like, you know, I mean, if you really care about somebody, I mean, it's a long walk, but you could do 6 miles. You're in good shape. Like, is it a restaurant where people get naked and dance on boxes? I went to Vegas once with my wife and my brother-in-law. And we went to this one casino called the Golden Gate. And during the day, it was this nice, semi-family friendly restaurant. And it was well known for its like very affordably priced shrimp cocktails. And we went back in the early evening. And it was exactly the same. The only difference was they'd placed out these little boxes and girls were dancing on them. So it added just like a little bit of a seedy element. They weren't naked. They were just dancing on the boxes. They weren't naked. There were places to, obviously it's Vegas. You could see naked women. Have I ate at a buffet restaurant alone? I used to, at my old job, I used to go to a buffet restaurant regularly. Going for that lunch special price? Big thing is just don't get anything other than water to drink, and it was like $6 or $7 for the lunch buffet. When I was bulking, I'd get a lot of protein in that way. The Chinese buffet, just eat all the chicken and broccoli. It's great. I don't know how it was sad at all. More for me. Sounds great. Wait, Vicisium, would you guys straight up go to the Chinese buffet, both get a free lunch with waters or whatever, and just leave? Could you do that? The food was actually pretty good. That's funny. I mean, obviously it was buffet food. You tip, that's good. I mean, I would give them like $5, whatever, at least. The only time I've ever had like a truly free meal at a restaurant, I went to a Uno pizzeria in Boston. And I just ordered like something very normal. Like it was like a small Uno deep dish. And like the waiter seemed very inattentive. And it took like 40 minutes for it to come out. And it had weird hot and cold spots, like it had been microwaved really badly. And the guy came back like 20 minutes after he gave it to me. He's like, so how was the meal? I'm like, I don't know, it wasn't very good. It tasted like it had just been microwaved. And he's like, yeah, it was. He says, you can just go. I'm like, do I need to pay anything? He's like, nah, just leave. So you just leave. I mean, I would have rather had a good pizza and paid for it than a bad pizza and not paid for it. But I mean, at least he handled it fairly well. For being a bad waiter, he at least had like the nice sense to be like, yeah, sorry. Just leave. Yeah, it was nice to see. He knew they screwed up. I'll remember that one. That's, so wait, your story is you were sharing chips with a homeless guy? And they got mad at you? There's a lot to unpack there, keyboard. I mean, there's probably a pretty decent, like, collection of lists out there that say where you can go for free stuff on your birthday. I mean, the businesses do benefit. In a way, it's just, like, kind of like marketing. Guys can get a little eyebrow treatment if they want it. Some guys get some pretty serious unibrow hair. In fact, gonna ruin Top Gun for everyone. Do not watch that movie in HD. Tom Cruise is seriously like almost caveman looking with how brutal his unibrow is in that movie. It's really bad. Almost, not quite, but almost to the point, like, remember those Geico commercials with the caveman? Almost to that. Oh, God. I'm right? I'm telling you, man. Very distracting when you watch the movie in HD. Feel bad for homeless people? You also think you can do something to prevent them from being homeless? In many situations, there are resources that homeless people can get. Depending on what city or state or country you're in, those services vary greatly. Incognito Man, I already shilled the mod once. Somebody said they were about to play Monster Hunter Portable 2nd G. I'm like, check it out. But some states are just super bad. Like, I don't know. I don't even want to get into it. It's such like a insane problem that we have in society. It's illegal to feed the homeless? As in, like, they treat it like if you were feeding pigeons? It's in the Boomer channel. It's under the pinned posts. No. Routing to fire weapons to rise, does this ruin your routing at all, or you don't care? It only changes your routing for the already mostly boring low-rank routing, which is almost entirely just bone weapons anyways. It creates a new category. Is it a better category? My issue with Rise as a speedrun is it's incredibly long. Because you suck, streamer. 7 hours, lol. But if I could shave 45 minutes to an hour off of it, I would enjoy it a lot more. And the Defender weapons will probably do that. The only issue then is... low rank is going to be very boring. Low rank is going to be incredibly boring. I mean, low rank is already like kind of like a snooze fest, but it'll take the snooze fest that we already have and make it like a super snooze fest. So there's a lot to think about. There's a lot to consider. When I spoke to the world record holder, it seems like his preference is still going to be running village percent with defender weapons, and that sounds terrible. Low rank is always kind of boring. There's some okay moments in World, in my opinion. You know, Legiana forward is pretty decent. So it's not easy. I don't have a good answer for you because I haven't really fully made up my mind. But hopefully you at least understand my thought process a little bit more. The difference is that in World with like speedrun gear, you still feel like a little unsafe sometimes. Like you can die to Anjanov. You can die to Rathalos and Diablos sometimes. You get really greedy. Back in the day, I used to cart to Odo. So it's a good question. I don't know. I still have to think about it. I was going to do a run today, and oh Jesus Christ! And I had a case of the volcano ass. I ate some really spicy food last night, so I decided not to run it. But maybe next week, we'll see. I don't know. I mean, I knew I was on fire. I mean, I'm erupting. Maybe sub 7 before Defender drops? Yeah, I don't, you know, I really wanted to get sub 7 with dual blades, but maybe we'll just do another YOLO run with Hunting Horn. Possibly with Hammer. I think Hammer might be more interesting, even if it ends up not being faster than Hunting Horn. To me, there's a certain value in having like these unique runs up on YouTube for people to watch because I think people do enjoy them. You know, like I know there's like a certain attraction, like, oh, I've got the fastest weapon, I've got the world record overall, but you know, maybe you got somebody that like loves Lance. You know, they don't, you know, never seen Lance before. They want to see a Lance, you know, the fastest possible time Lance could get. And like, I'm the only one that's going to do that. So I feel a certain responsibility to do stuff like that. Please tell Capcom to port this game to Steam. I have. Hammer would be more enjoyable to watch than Hunting Horn? I feel like they'd be about, they've got the same amount of... I mean, new Hunting Horn has a kind of a similar playstyle to Hammer anyways. If anything, until you get Water Strike, I feel like Hunting Horn is more interesting anyways, because you could do perform evasions. Now, if we had Water Strike, and I was a god tier Water Strike user, and I was like pulling out dank ass Water Strikes on the regular, yeah, I mean that'd be amazing to watch. The real question is what weapon do we run for Alto Ka percent? Could you imagine? $40-hour stream? Valor Longsword to get it over with? I think Valor Greatsword would be better. Because Valor Longsword, you really need that one Hunter arc that maxes out your spirit gauge to make it really comfortable to play with. Valor Greatsword, you just need absolute evasion. You'd probably play it with add-ons just to get it over with. And I don't think many people would blame you. Probably the scariest part would be the Lao Shan Lung fight. Rune Knight, it's because if you want to get these old games out, anyone that is experienced on working on old Monster Hunter, if they're still working for Capcom, that's somebody that has experience that you could be using to help develop new Monster Hunter, right? Like, you're going to take Takuda out from working on the next-gen Monster Hunter game so he could work on porting Ghosts. I mean, there's some people out there that would unironically say yes. But it's just not realistic. And like, and I respect it to a degree. My only complaint is, you know, let another company do it. I mean, it's kind of shocking with how well Monster Hunter is sold, why another company hasn't like propositioned Capcom with doing that porting. Capcom doesn't need the money? I mean, you know, they're a stock and dividend producing company. I mean, if they make money. Who ported Freedom Unite to iOS? I assume it was just Capcom directly, but I guess I really don't know. I know Incognito Man is a little bit more familiar with that sort of stuff, but I'm not sure if even he's necessarily an expert on it. We got a Switch port of Rise early? Very fun. I mean, I feel like that was like an experiment, Q-Boy, and my feeling is it probably just didn't sell enough. You also have to remember that it's very possible that a lot of Monster Hunter titles are stuck up in some very strange, I don't even know what you want to call it, red tape with Nintendo. Try 3U, 4, and 4U, and possibly even Generations might have a little bit of the Nintendo stink on them. Not even with the collabs. But, you know, there's no... I don't think there's too much of a question that, you know, Nintendo occasionally has handed Capcom a sack of cash for some level of exclusivity on their platform. And who knows, it could be a lifetime exclusivity on Nintendo platforms. Meaning, the most recent Monster Hunter game that could conceivably get a modern port would be Monster Hunter Portable 3rd. Yeah, you can't even play the iOS version anymore. They never updated. They never kept up to date in the iOS versions. You love me? Thank you, Mr. Havoc. I love you too. Here's the really great thing about Capcom. Is, for the most part, within reason, they are probably the coolest. I guess maybe Bethesda, the only thing that comes even closer. Coolest with modding and doing that sort of stuff for their games out of any other major company that exists. This hunt is taking forever. It's gonna be less than 25 minutes, which for a G-rank Gravios with Gunlance is not that bad. Boss is missing in action. It's scary. He's been missing for 48 hours. Have you guys called the police and checked his home? Could have had like a medical with him. Well, that's really scary. Wife, kids? Fruitland's amazing, huh? Everyone's entitled to a nervous breakdown right now. You get one free nervous breakdown post-COVID-19. Stop it. Stop. Okay, we go. That's scary, Mr. Havoc. Is there... Alright, this is an interesting question. If somebody's gone missing, can they track his cell phone? I know it starts getting into some privacy concerns and stuff like that, but like if it's like a genuine wellness check. And then outside of that, check to see if he's booked any flights on any airlines. They can, but it's not even on. That's pretty worrying. Any hammer runners you'd recommend? There's this one guy who runs, a Japanese runner for Rise. I used to watch him all the time. The only issue with that, Hyper Dead, and this might kill you, is if we're talking about Monster Hunter Rise, it's pretty much just like routing non-stop impact craters. We're gonna reset the quest because I'm not gonna do Valstrax without Bombardier. Yeah, I mean, financial records are the only other thing you could do. I mean, if he really has gone somewhere, and he doesn't want anyone to know, at the end of the day, his bank or his credit card companies might know. But I don't know. Do people have a right to disappear? Just leave? That's not like most people. Usually they'll tell one person. Mikurai, it's going to be updated by Monday, or I will show balls on stream. It pretty much comes down to non-stop impact craters. I mean, Big Bang if you can't do an impact crater, or Big Bang into impact crater is really good. Not even his best friend knows anything. No girlfriend, no wife? Got an easy pass on his car? They're B-balls. You get lucky. Your math teacher disappeared in secondary school. He ran off with $500,000 from the school's budget? Yikes. Would be your plan of action if the kangaroos were involved? I would not get involved. He discovered what VTubers were and went to the hills to become a sage and live in peace with nature? I don't know about that. Hoopenheimer, hello. Brain can't compute the charge blade? It's not that bad. Secondary school head math teacher got caught having an affair with the head history teacher in the disabled toilets. they not, like, go to each other's houses? Well, I guess if they're having an affair, I guess they couldn't do that. It wasn't just, like, dating. It was they were being bad. Man, you guys got some drama in your lives. It's a classy move. I mean, if the passion is enough that you're willing to do it in a toilet, then maybe that's a sign. I mean, that's real passion there. He's a taxi driver now? You gotta have at least a bachelor's degree to teach at a Catholic school, right? Shame. He probably could have found another place to work if he really wanted. Unless he's like a sex offender now. Pretty big Valstrax. Well, so far he's had less follow-up combos than Crimson Glow Valstrax. Oh, that anti-aerial flare really saved me. Feels like he does that move a lot more. No, the Rise Valstrax, I would argue, is harder. Rise Valstrax would have done that attack twice. Yeah, he still does that. I think he only does it when he's like really exhausted though. Rise Valstrax would have definitely done it by now. Oops. Fight him with Sword and Shield? Sword and Shield's so good in this game, though. And certainly Adept Sword and Shield would really help as well. Just getting a lot of mounts. You're making some noises in the other area? That's funny. Uh-oh. I don't really know where that is. He's down in like the little hole area. Show the little hole area as well. Like that, wouldn't you? Play this game for 200 hours? I mean, 200 hours is really not a ton of time. I mean, Alchemy Sword and Shield is still very good as well, though. I got it. I don't think it was worth it. Definitely not worth it. I mean, Rise Valstrax definitely feels like we want some very difficult endgame content. By the way, what was that hitbox? Excuse me? Are oils for Sword and Shield a weird system, or is it not a big deal yet? My advice is run Chaos Oil and never look back. They're very powerful, to the point where if you don't use them, you're losing a lot of damage. But they're also really annoying to apply, so. AZ Hunters, hello. Good afternoon. Like, Affinity Oil is just straight up 30% more affinity, I think. You're a casual monster player, you don't put 600 hours in every game. But that's okay, I'm not judging, I'm not, like, gatekeeping. I'm just saying 200 hours is not enough in GU to, like, really experience even all the weapons with all the styles. Not that every weapon necessarily needs the proper respect to have you try every style, but... Wait, no! Or that could have been worse. We got orange at least. Well, the reason why I like Chaos Oil is it lets you apply the oil so much faster. And you get a little bonus effect from it as well. Like the Mind's Eye Oil is just a fast way to sharpen your weapon. That's really cool. Chance just looks miserable. I have no idea where you went. I've got 2 Psycho Serums left. 2. Let's just go straight to 2. So I guess after this, we'll make the Silver Rathalos Lance right away, assuming that we get the quest. I don't think we'll be able to get the upgrade right away unless we do event quests. Captain Boom Boom, hello. I mean, is Silver Rathalos scary? I feel like I don't hate him as much as I hate normal Rathalos or Dread King in this game. And what was he aiming at? There wasn't even any reason to do that guard point. I could have just blocked. I think the more aggressive Val is better just because it's a more interesting fight. It'd be kind of lame if they just forward-ported Valstrax. I mean, and for the most part, that's the history of Rise anyways. Let's add back in, you know, I mean, a bunch of returning monsters, but make them feel like kind of fresh fights again. I think it's been very well done. And it's not even a case of like, oops, we added 1 new monster to the G rank. He said Alchemy Sword and Shield was the best. Alchemy Sword and Shield is very good. There's not a ton of reasons not to use it over Striker, but Adept is also very good. Valor, Guild, Aerial don't make a lot of sense. That feels really bad. Hopefully we don't lose. How long has it been? It's only a 35-minute quest. It's kind of weird. Certainly in a group, it would be really, really helpful to have 1 alchemy person. Just make sure you're running Round Force 2, but not Round Force 3. You could arguably even get away with Round Force 1 if you want to spam SP on it or something. I feel like we've probably done enough damage for the repel, but I don't even know, can you even repel this quest? I think we're going to be okay. That's a nice buff to have. It'll let us top up this damage. It actually didn't do that much damage. Facing the final monster in Rise, clearly. He is the village final monster. The credit-bearing monster. Don't do it. Are gonna use overpowered defense weapons and armor. They're not really overpowered. They're just good for low rank. This all happened because I carded the second time. If I didn't card the second time, I would have been fine. And I forget what killed me. Some wing hitbox. Correct. Oh, we got Anus. I'm not gonna deny it. But I'd rather get Anus than not feel any challenge. Streamer Madge? Not Madge. Don't worry, after this we've got Silver Rathalos. That'll be fun. You'd rather not have any challenge, just coast through life? I get it. GU is not it is not my favorite. I'm appreciating the playthrough though. 60 FPS really makes it a much more enjoyable game. Who was the person who did the essay on the gun lance? Me. Brave Gunlance specifically. Just didn't get me twice this time. Oh, Amatsu. Amatsu still has it somewhere. I might have it somewhere. I don't know. I'd have to look for it. Stop looking at me. I don't know why I thought it was cool enough to try and roll under that. You're not that young anymore, streamer. You don't got those moves. You didn't miss Valstrax? Well, you kind of did, but you also didn't. fake out. Can you reload parry the dive? If you can, you probably need guard up. That might be a move that needs that. Dual Blades can parry it in Valor without guard up. They might be special. Pretty wicked combo he just pulled off there. Oof. I just put a lot of thought and time into Brave No Lance, but it would probably be completely different if I did it again. No, no, no. Oh, that bounce was awful. All right, I think he goes to 3. Oh, no, he's here. Oh, no. I was gonna sleep in the bed, and he was there waiting for me. It's so scary. Yo, I forgot that the Hornmaster skill makes it so the life up occasionally gives maximum life up. Maybe if I just kept bothering my cats, they would have given that to me eventually. That fake out thing again. That was perfect. You know what I want to do. I'm not going to do it, though. Does Master's Touch and Razor Sharp stack and rise? They should, but there'd be no reason to put that much sharpness reduction on any weapon. It doesn't seem like it. I don't know that there's any armor pieces that would justify running it like that. I thought he was about to go and attack me. It didn't really look... This is what I thought he was going to do. Second card point kind of letting us down a little bit. That's okay. Is there going to be a high rank defender set? It's technically the black belt set. Style wise, it looks okay. It's a classic. You can make some fun looking sets with it, I'm sure. No, no, no! Alright, the first card took a lot longer to come out this time, and I do have 2 max potions still. And maybe supplies were delivered? USJ is a little bit of a big deal. That definitely helps a little bit. That makes you die, I'm aware. Am I going? It does say you can repel it. We're not doing that though, we're gonna kill it. That's got a very strange hitbox. part is I think this takes away the fire damage from your shelling in the older games. Not that you would ever know. That looks like that's hitting. At some point I should start farming up life powder combines too. Because they're technically more effective. Is crit or attack boost more important for Switch X? Generally, attack boost. But as long as you get attack boost 4, that's fine. Your files can't crit. Where does Wing do anything? I don't know if it changes any of his attacks. I love it when that happens, though. You get like a little bonus for breaking something. The thing is like, you still have half your moves that are hitting and critting most of the time. So like on a monster maybe that you won't be getting a lot of weakness exploit off of, you know, maybe build for like attack 7 instead of like going full in on crit. Is Gunland's butt plug really important to use an Iceborne, or should you ignore it? I mean, nothing's really mandatory. Thank God that worked. That was almost really bad. Charge up and rage state still separate in GU? I have no idea. I'm not going to be streaming the New Horizon game on YouTube, no. Sorry. That's a Rise monster? Excuse me, it is a GU monster. Next variety game we'll be definitely streaming is Elden Ring. Me and literally everybody else on this goddamn platform, so. Maybe watch it here? I don't know. Audio only? Very good. Thought I was doing a speedrun today? I had a case of lava anus. I apologize. I apologize for literally having a weak anus. It was bad. I woke up with like such an intense, fiery rage. It's been fine. Like, I thought it was going to be a lot worse. Like, I thought I would have to take a break, but it's been 3 hours and I've been okay. We're playing Sifu. I'm sorry. We will be streaming Sifu tomorrow. I already have it downloaded. Can you use your butthole as a flamethrower? I don't know that there's actual, like, flames coming out of it. It just hurts, man. Apparently, you can build a anal tolerance to spicy food if you eat it long enough. Just haven't gotten there yet. Imagine this being your first Monster Hunter game. You're just playing it super casually, not playing with anyone, not going on the internet for tips and stuff, and how brutal G4 would be to get through. It would be so bad. I guess it'd be kind of like a lot of people's first experiences playing like Monster Hunter Freedom or Freedom Unite. 4U is arguably worse. G1 and G2 are just absolutely brutal. G3 doesn't feel bad because like by the time you get to G3, you're actually probably using like real armor and weapons. I mean, Booja Booja Boo is good for a very long time, but probably want to upgrade out of it once you get up to G rank. Hub Green Plezioff? Was that high rank Hub Plezioff? Great Macau? That's upsetting. G rank, low rank Macau with aerial only. Doesn't Great Macau have like a riding skill or like an aerial skill? I feel like 4U is harder than 3U. Having just done all monsters. But again, the caveat is no insect wave, no cheesing mounts. Cheese mounts, it's not bad. Nice! Thanks for the great content and memes, Shep. Thank you, Captain Boom Boom, for subscribing for 2 months.
Thanks for the great content and memes, Shep.
Time for Silver Rathalos. I think I said his upgrade is worth it. It's not a repel. So apparently I need the high rank Acantor helm. That'll be interesting. With the Silver Rathalos Gunlance, that should actually be pretty easy. Capacity Jewel should be easy too. We should already have the Devil Jewel stuff. Wow. Oh wait, that's only the rarities. Max level 75. Does it go up to 99? 100? The manager's so cool. Does she ever say what weapon she uses? Duramboros allows for an upgrade on the Nargacuga Gunlance. This sucks. I can't immediately do Silver Rathalos. There's got to be like a midpoint unlock for that. I'm just going to look at other long 4 gun lances that might be easy to make. .340 with white. Blaganga looks really good, but it doesn't have that native white sharpness that I want. 30 with white. Brachino. Actually, Gypceros is kind of interesting. It gets 330 with long 4. I don't know how good poison is in this game. I'm assuming it's pretty bad. But maybe it's okay on some things. That's a surprising one, actually, that Gypceros ends up being that decent. It's probably not that hard to upgrade either, all things considered. Silverlos grind? He's just not available right away. I thought he would be. What's the final upgrade for this Venomous Cologne? So you need an item from any Elder Dragon, a large Elder Dragon gem also from any Elder Dragon, and then an item from, I think, Multi-Monsters? Oh wait, hold on, I'm high. This is the Chameleos Gunlance. So the Gargantua Gunlance, the Golem Gunlance, actually looks really good. Visually, it looks really good. Upgrading it shouldn't be a problem. Although it's technically worse than what we have now until the final upgrade. We still need Viscous Dragon Blood? Just 2 of them? That's from like any G rank monster. Maybe if we just did 1 event Kushala. If it lets us do an event Kushala. Not Kushala. Camellios. Stamina at level 7 shelling. It caps at 5. Alright, never mind then. Man, this gun lance is carried so hard for so long. Nothing can really compete. Everything feels like a downgrade compared to it. Not a fan of Diablos. I'm sure they're not a fan of me either. Let's paint it gold, a gold Rathian, or Monkey Quest. It's probably a Monkey Quest. Kind of a weird color. Some weird shading on it. Little exclamation point. I love it too. There's a lot of little touches like that are just really charming in Monster Hunter in general. Like, the game doesn't need it. And any other game made by any other developer probably wouldn't have it. You fighting G-rank deviants? Well, some of them are only available in G-rank. The question is, am I going to grind up all of the high-rank deviants to G-rank? The answer is absolutely no. I mean, there's definitely a couple people at Capcom that are big fans of Metal Gear Solid. Just like there's people, well, Kojima at least was a fan of Monster Hunter. I mean, we're going to have to figure out a way to get Capture Expert, I think. I mean, in Monster Hunter Portable 3rd, there were some crossover quests that gave Metal Gear Solid armor. It's actually one of the last cases of gender-specific gear, I think. I think the Snake and Big Boss sets did different things. Doing? Oof. I don't like that. Cats are dead. I'm dead. I mean, Raiden barely even uses the longsword in Metal Gear Solid 2. Chat is dead. Chat's a little bit slower today. Let's get a little sleepy. That's okay. Still need to beat Metal Gear Solid 5. Good game, actually. In spite of the fact that it technically was pretty dramatically unfinished. It's still a decently long game, but allegedly it was only like the first first two of the 3 acts that Kojima wanted. 94 Eyes, hello. Think you got the Rona? You got your nano machines at least to help fight it? Or are you just like raw dogging it? You would hope your sister would have told you. The engine's fun? This is the part where I tell people to play Metal Gear Solid Survive and everybody calls me a disgusting asshole, but whatever. You got your 5G upgrade last year. You get boosted? I got boosted in November. Hasn't been 6 months since you got upgraded? Damn. It's so, I mean, I think a lot of countries are doing it every 4 months now. At least it's an option. Some early supplies. Ooh. See, John, maybe try the opposite vaccine to what you'd gotten before. That's what I did. I was Pfizer and I switched to Team Moderna. I mean, my feeling is like, I want to get as much mRNA in me as possible. Drink mRNA from Isaac's mug? That's Jen's mug. Mr. NA? I never even thought of that. But I like it. I would do an mRNA merge. This is a long gun lance. Is long 4. It is disproportionately powerful for how early you can get it. It is quite good. You can get it at like G1. And it's still good in like G4? It's kind of crazy. Ran out of stuff to do in Rise? I just didn't, outside of speedruns, I don't know that there's content there that I could really do? What's your suggestion? Without having to whiff heavy copium. We never got the rest of the event quest when Rise. We are this month. I'm afraid to run Emergency Apex and Switch. If with any luck, I will never play in the Monster Hunter on the Switch ever again. Outside of maybe periodically booting it up for routing for a speed run. It's nice to see other games. I mean, this is a challenge I've been working on for 4 months now. I'm getting it done way earlier than I thought it was. I thought I was going to be getting this done in April or May. I was so wrong. What this does is this, if Elden Ring ends up being that great, this frees us up to play more Elden Ring than I had originally planned. Or Strangers in Paradise. We finished World Iceborne? We did. We did that just before we started Rise. GU was procrastinated until the very end. King Boa Boa? We did King Boa Boa in a special Discord sub-only stream. What platform are you going to be playing Elden Ring on, C-John? I'm assuming PS5, but... PS5? Fair enough. Am I gonna get hit? Am I gonna die? Ooh. Is it time? Stop. Don't say it. Don't type it. Like you wouldn't do the same. I'm happy in my bed. It's very comfortable in there. It's like he's just like ignoring me. Someone's a little frustrated with you, just leave and take a half-hour nap? Sounds great. Sounds very justifiable. Normalize taking naps. Monster gets fortified every time you sleep. I mean, you just couldn't do it. You would just never, you would never sleep. You'd bring the combines. Oh, oh god. Oh god. You ever see a Bedge zone combo? No! I'm just trying to power up my stuff here. I don't even know if that hit. That didn't even hit. I wonder if he's technically airborne when he pops out of the ground. The timing would be like nearly impossible. Maybe with a long 5 and he vote up, I would feel more confident. I mean, the Sonic Bombs still work in Rise. You just almost never have any reason to use them. And I don't think they don't work on Enrage anymore. Which was a weird addition when they just let it work on Enrage. That was bizarre to me. Come on. I think he's getting pretty close to capture. You know, weird thing is that, like, they give you Diablos as your urgent to get into high rank, and then they just make you fight another one as a key quest anyways. Isn't that kind of weird? Like, they already made you fight it. Yeah, kind of weird. Frenzy Tigrex before normal Tigrex. Although, I don't know, that makes more sense, because at least it's like a slightly different monster. I guess we'll just do Wyvern Fire? There's no reason not to. if they'll, how they're going to handle taking the old Apexes into whatever the hell the Kingdom monsters are supposed to be. If they're just going to port them over anyways, give them actual weapons and armor. We'll be hunting EX Deviants. That will be a completely different challenge. I am not grinding up all EX Deviants on this character. I can send you my save, you can grind it up for me, and then I'll do it then. Have you done Emergency Apex Supers and Ogre? I will when it releases on PC. I don't want to do it. I'm not going to do like 15 freaking Crystal Beards, 15 Dread Kings. It's not worth it. Why not use your main save? There may be a day where we do an oops all EX Deviants challenge. Could be good content for a week or two, but today is not that good. This is not that challenge for that. I would probably use my double cross save. You say it's entertainment, but it's gonna be pure stream narcolepsy when I'm into my 8th Crystal Beard in a row. People are gonna be fading fast. Hey, Devil Joe's next? That's always a fun fight. Huh. Well then. We're getting pretty close, guys. I'm not gonna say it's gonna happen today, but we might conceivably unlock our HR today. That's kind of crazy. I don't want Slugger. I'm gonna reset whenever I get that. I think once you uncap your HR, he shows up. Do we do go bug yet? How do you think you uncap your HR, Six Kingdom? It's certainly one of the most creative bosses. Is that just him? Seriously, don't have any sleep herbs either. So. Just gonna take this for the damage, I think. An interesting area to put him in. Normally you'd expect to see him in like the volcano or the tundra. You think they'll bring him back? I was shocked he wasn't in the original. He's basically been like in everything since he showed up in Try. I guess technically in World he was added in the first title update, but he was basically base game monster. He's an icon? He's a sex symbol is what he is. Double Joe and Urgigante both be excellent. Pickle-based yokai? There has to be at least one. That's a lot of damage. It's been great watching me get more confident with Valor Gunlands. Definitely the practice has been paying off. That's the fun part about these challenges is going through with one weapon. Like, you really take the time to get, like, a lot more experience with the timing and everything. Don't hit me with that. It bounces? Excuse me? This is G4, Joe. He's a Q quest. Looks like the angle was just off. Game added Savage Devil Joe? Supposed to have a portable third? It's either portable third or 3U. Excuse me? Did he just like puke it down directly on my head? I like how I'm like looking at you guys like you know what happened. If you type in exclamation monster list, you can see the first time he shows up. The tremor resist doesn't get me. What got me was me being confident, and he puked directly on my head. Are we farming G armor? We already have G armor. We're gonna upgrade it at one point. Ryan, thank you. I heart you too. The meat. It took a minute. Kushala is one of the best things to come out of Rise. actual good fight. I feel like he's zoning me. You zoning me? Part of the thing that makes Gunlance a lot easier to use, though, seriously, is that guard +2. I know it seems really silly to run. It's definitely not necessary. Like, there's definitely a lot of matchups where I could go to guard 1 or even guard 0. But it lets me turn my brain off a little bit when it comes to figuring out which set to bring. Like, and I don't even know what I would squeeze and attack up small, maybe. Speed sharpen. Or use adept? That's a fair point. Oh my god. Just urban up over here. Yes, I remember the Vespoid. I remember the Vespoid. Vespoid remembers me? Oh shoot. Oh god, what am I doing? This should be pretty good damage. There's a huge opening here. Time to make Josina? We're not going that set. We're not going that route. As good as it is. And it is very good. Well, my food's not good enough for you? default traps used to be so good against Joe. It was weird how World gave him a counter while he was in it. Hope I brought adamant seeds. My cats actually both have the armor horn, and they've been using it. So it should actually be okay. Okay, all right, fair. When they're dead, I guess they can't use it. Oh, excuse me, my shield was up. How dare you? Dude, it's crazy when you get, like, pop a Mega Potion and it does not even heal all of your red health. You still have red health remaining. Yeah, better, I think, just to try and Valor evade that. Just gonna ignore. Oh, no, he's going for the meat. I'll let him go for it. Are we winning? I think we carded once against this Double Joe. But to be fair, it was his weird ballerina dance move that got us. Charm am I running? I think it's a guard 6, no slot. No. It's a level 3 slot talisman with biology plus 10. Jealous? This is exactly what happened last time. I tried to block it and he vomited right on my head. That's helpful. The move actually hit behind me. It definitely did. Yeah, he angles it upward, like down on you. We are getting very close to the bug. Like, assuming no unforeseen circumstances, we should be able to beat him today. Altal comes back to take away your wire bugs. They can do a lot of neat things with him. Like, I like his robot, but at the same time, I don't like his robot. But his actual fight when he's out of the robot is great. That was actually great timing on that anti-aerial flare. How do you make the robot fight better? I think you just either get rid of the robot or you really speed it up. The robot is the cool part? It's cool, it's just not much of a fight. You poke its toes and you poke its sack. I don't know. Don't listen to me. I got broken brain worms, so I may not know what's fun anymore. I feel like so many weapons have like a good upwards lunging move, and Gunlance just kind of sucks ass when climbing up ledges, like ledge attacks, whatever. Like Sword and Shield's got a really good one, doesn't it? Doesn't it have like an up attack, a mounting attack? Looks pretty good, huh, Monty? Might actually get this tail card here. Well, oops. Joe is in Rise. You see it right here. That was nice. Bonecast, it is a dream someday to get permission from Capcom. The problem is I don't know anything about coding, but it'd be a dream to help run a division that actually like preserved old Monster Hunter games. You think I want to work on all the new Monster Hunters? I just want to preserve the old ones. Capcom's doing a great job at the new Monster Hunters. A weird tail attack. I feel like that only happens when he's attacking something in front of him. I mean, there's already some anti-cheat stuff built into the games anyways. Like, Try had logic for knowing if you had stuff earlier than you should have been able to get. Rise deletes illegal charms unless you install another cheat that prevents that cheat from, that safeguard from going off. Which is really funny when you think about it. I mean, I think it's a little funny. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to charge people a subscription, you got to make sure that they're getting their value out of it, right, Bone Cuss? For sure. I'm going to go for the tail. Been kind of hitting it. I don't really care if I get it. Right on my head. Did Dose have a subscription? I don't think so. I think the only mainline games that had a subscription was Try. Japan all console releases up to Triad subscriptions, so Monster Hunter 1 and Dose. Very interesting, very bold. Did they charge a subscription to play Resident Evil Outbreak? Wow. That's wild. I don't know why I care about this tail at all. If I can get another trip and I can hit it, I will. I mean, Herald of Incompetence, I mean, as long as it works smoothly across most modern computers and had some smooth interface for connecting and playing with other players, it would be fine. Even if it was some branch or like custom emulator running just a ROM of the game, I don't think people necessarily need a native PC port, although that probably would be easier. As long as it played okay. I mean, arguably my playthrough of Generations Ultimate has been smoother than any of my original playthroughs of Monster Hunter World or Rise on PC. In terms of bugs and stuff, I've had 0 bugs. The closest thing we come to a bug is visually some of the UI stuff like glows a bit faster than it should because of 60 FPS. Like, Monster Hunter World was virtually unplayable for me on release. Because I had a 3rd gen i7. And then Rise was fine eventually, but, like, I was one of those people, like, I had multiple monitors. Like, wow. So bold of me to have more than one monitor and it wouldn't boot. That's a pretty good talisman, Pretty Boy Legend, yeah. Well, the unable to fight Allmother was because the update corrupted some other files and I had to delete and then reinstall the game. Tigrix. It counts as an issue? I mean, I didn't say it was completely issue-free, but mostly issue-free. But that could have just been my internet, who knows? Does it even matter? It's just a Tigrex. Such a little baby. I'm gonna get some more water. I'll be right back. Magic weapon build before Moonlight Greatsword? Should be pretty effective. I don't think there's many things that resist magic in Dark Souls 3. Many things resist Pyro and Dark eventually. How early can you get magic weapon? I mean, outside of the first area, you should be able to get it. Certainly after you kill Boreal of the Valley, but even then, I think you might be able to get it before then. Is lactose intolerance a big issue and not a big issue in Japan? For some reason, I thought lactose intolerance was generally an issue. Like, how is not everybody here having, like, massive, like, bowel syndrome? Well, certainly if you get to the swamp, you can get the mage guy to sell it to you. And then you're definitely fine. Call Japan. Get Japan on the phone. They're not weak anus like me. They just like hard knuckle down. What am I doing? You have irritable bowel syndrome? I'm not being like... I'm not trying to be insensitive to your irritable bowels. Ooh, he moves fast. It's very little light. I had a friend in college who didn't quite have IBS, but the college food that they were serving was so bad he needed them to come up with like a custom food plan because the routine garbage that they served us was like causing him major issues. Dude, this is with guard too? Are you kidding me? You can't even guard point his ward? Oh, shoot! Ibushi Bow is meta for Rapid Dragon? Certainly if you have anti-aerial. And I think anything that you would use Dragon on is aerial anyways. There's no guard 3 in this game. Goes up to guard 2. Happened in Texas and Miguel, they're on the farm. I'll bring them back eventually. No, guard up isn't going to do anything. Because I can block it, I just get pushed back by it. This is mildly upsetting. It's upsetting because, like, I've invested in guard 2, but in this fight it appears to be useless. I mean, I wouldn't want to see the pushback without it, but it doesn't seem like it's really working on most hits. It probably works on the charge, I guess. It was pretty bad, Rick Bull, yeah. There was a lot of meals in college I just, like, ate cereal. It seemed like this stuff is terrible. Oh, oh. I mean, if a little Chinese buffet could give you a buffet lunch for $7, a university should be able to come up and give you a decent meal for $10. Right? When you talk about the economies of scale of how much food you'd be buying. Dude, I cook with MSG. It's great. Highly recommend. Just tastes good. Just makes things taste better. In moderation? I mean, you use it like you would use like any other salt. Yeah, there should be some moderation. Muting me for work? That's okay. I mean, there might be some people out there with like a genuine reaction to MSG, but the reality is most people can tolerate it completely fine, and it occurs naturally in lots of foods anyways. How are we gonna do this? All right, biology, do your work. I think it actually did. Oh. MSG makes your mother drunk? It's insane? Really? It's a very weird reaction. This is a fast goddamn Tigrex. I mean, he is moving fast. I don't know what's going on. They gave him some crazy G rank modifier for his speed. You ate too much MSG. Gotta get to the bathroom. Look how much Brave Gauge the Brave Wyvern Fire gives you. So much. I mean, appearing drunk from it is definitely a strange reaction, because like I said, it's just it's a salt-like substance that triggers a savory-like flavor. least the chip damage doesn't appear to be that bad. Ooh. Oh, thank God. I mean, usually the MSG that's added to food is harvested from seaweed. So it'll be some sort of like a seaweed allergy or something like that. I don't know. How many carts is that? Oh no. Okay. You're not a huge fan of your mother? I mean, nobody's calling. I mean, I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt. It's very possible that there's some, you know, byproduct of the synthesis of seaweed that she reacts to, but for the most part, it's just like salt. Like you know, imagine like there was some trace chemical compound in like Himalaya salt that was different from like your normal iodized or kosher salt. Somebody had a reaction to that. Like I could believe that. It's possible. Is it possibly your mom putting on a lark? Who knows? But the one guy that published the first study that wasn't even a very good study, it was more of like just an anecdote, almost like a joke, ended up getting picked up for whatever reason. And then people just use it for whatever they want to try and get people not to put MSG in their Chinese food, or any other food for that matter. But it just makes the food taste better. And you know, if there's a country in the world that needs MSG in their food, it's the US, because everything here is like freaking frozen and preserved. So like you kind of need like a little additive. How much money would it take for you to LARP with me? More than you could afford. The placebo thing is actually very viable, very likely. Name your price. You gonna pay for my flight and my hotel? A retainer? Enough to cover my manager's fees? For how long? For how many days? It's just like the guy that was memeing about putting me on his oil rig in the ocean. And I had to privately stream Monster Hunter for 3 months or whatever. It would at least be in the 5 figures, and depending on what you wanted me to wear, could be 6 figures. You didn't take it. I want to stream to you guys. Lifetime supply of beans? I could afford beans. I don't need your beans. If I had a can of beans every day of the year, that's like $300. Enough beans for my lifetime would be like, what, $30,000, give or take? Even if I got some real nice fancy beans. Jesus Christ. Dude, all I'm doing is like running to evade and he's still hitting me. Tigrex and G rank in Rise is going to be a menace. gonna capture this guy if I can. I've already killed him once, I think. I mean, and I really don't eat beans like every day. It's a very rare week where I don't eat beans at least once a week, if not twice a week, but I'm not like some sort of like bean addict. No, I could see Suzuki making it faster, the Foodus. I watched the Badland Chugs Bean Chugs video. Doesn't he have to stop? I have not. I worry for the guy. I worry for all those like major like big eating people like that got to eat a massive quantity of food like regularly. Some people get like Beard versus Food or whatever. He at least only usually makes 1 or 2 videos a week, and he exercises and like diets really hard actually in order to not be like a complete, you know, or I mean, I kind of get the mukbang stuff. Like, if the person doesn't look gross with eating it, if they're just doing, like, a food challenge or whatever, like, I'll watch Beard versus Food, because, like, the guy looks like just, like, you know, somewhat healthy guy eating a lot of food. Like, I don't feel guilty watching him, because I know he's not, like, at least externally killing himself. But, I mean, for the life of me, I've never directly clicked on a Nikado avocado video before, and that thing makes me sad. I mean, I know he's happy. He's apparently got, like, some penthouse suite off of his YouTube money. Like, good for him, I guess, but I think it's Beard versus Food? Man versus Food, whatever he was doing was not good enough. As that series went on, he got increasingly more pale and sickly looking. It was not good. Beard meets Food? That sounds right. He's good. I mean, it's like, take a guy, take Man versus Food. Put somebody in that who's actually like somewhat responsible for themselves and their health, that actually takes the food challenges seriously and usually wins. It's like, okay, you know, if you want to watch that. You know, that's opposed to be like, you know, someone who's like 400 pounds and like orders everything off of the Cheesecake Factory on like assisted oxygen, gasping in between breaths of like slurping down like Alfredo pasta. If I have Porsche live on stream? No, I'm not. I'm a very humble car. Damn it. Latte. You order from the Cheesecake Factory? You can get delivery for anything now, pretty much. You train yourself for eating that much in one sitting? You drink a lot of water. Stretch out your stomach with water. The first, like, if you want to call him competitive eater, It was Japanese, Kobayashi, who took the concept of the Nathan hot dog eating contest and was like, I'm gonna win that. And like most of the really successful competitive eaters, I mean, they do look like athletes. You know, I mean, you might be big, you might be able to house a lot of food for a normal person, but if like you don't train your muscles and stuff like that, you're gonna have a hard time, you know, expanding or constricting or relaxing the muscles you need to actually slurp down all the food that you need to do. My understanding is we would just not have competitive eating in the form that we did were it not for Kobayashi. He was literally the pioneer. Now there's some people here who've taken what he's done and done a lot with it. You know, Joey Chestnut, arguably, you know, has run because Kobayashi, you know, walked. The only, I mean, Joey Chestnut apparently has a YouTube channel, and the only video I've ever seen of his was, I think he just sat down and ate like, it's like 50 Big Macs, and like 5 minutes into the challenge, he just starts sweating profusely, and he's like, my body is actively burning the calories as I eat these Big Macs. And like, I don't know if that's real or not, but man, was that guy sweating. I mean, he was just like sopping with sweat. He was just slurping down like box after box of Big Mac. It really was like sweating the secret sauce. I mean, that's a lot of money. I mean, is that like what? Like a Big Mac's like what? $5? So $250 on Big Macs? $50 more Big Macs, and he'll have to have enough energy to run as fast as the Flash was. I'm telling you, man. Come on. Oh, did that not hit? The aim was perfect. Yeah, they've changed how blinding flash bombs are over the course of the series. Tigrex does have like a little nibble animation, yeah? Latte, you want to heal me, bud? I'm walking away. This is violence. Which Elder Dragon do you think humanity has the highest chance of taking on if it just appeared one day? Your first choice might be Kieran, but I feel like him messing up electronics and being able to shoot at range would probably be pretty rough. I feel like Chameleos? I mean, there would straight up be Americans running up to Chameleos, licking it and huffing in the poison vapor, saying like, it's my right. It's my right to huff in the poison. But for the most part, people would just like wear masks and stuff and just shoot it with bowguns. Zora would be easy? I don't know. I don't know that Zora would be easy. I guess from conventional warfare, you could just continue to drop nukes on Zora until he left you alone. I mean, this is America. You could huff as much Camellia's poison as you want. My sister-in-law is understandably a little bit upset because the daycare is at the point where, and I kind of get this for young kids, but they're at the point where they're saying kids don't have to wear masks anymore. But the issue is like these are all kids under 5, and like they don't have a vaccine. Zora has too much bioenergy to go down easy. Fair enough. But he's pretty easy to get materials from. You could just mine a bunch of stuff off of him. The world to protect Zora for the oil rights. We have to learn to live with the Zora. Are they trying to keep a mask on a 3-year-old? I'm not saying that they're not going to take their masks on or off periodically. I'm just saying if the plan is straight up, don't gotta wear masks anymore, that's got to put her in an awkward place for if she wants to try and keep her kids coronavirus free. It's all right. It's the same place she went to over the winter to pick up something of her daughter's, and it was like nearly the whole staff was out because of like it was probably an Omicron outbreak, so. I don't know, maybe everyone's already had it there anyways. It's really the breaking of the blocking that's so annoying. I mean, that was just him tripping on his own. It's not a super long trip, but it is nice because it's basically free. Time for this nightmare again. What the hell was that? That sounds rough, Wazen, from what I can tell. You lost half your workforce? Yikes. He's gotta be limping soon. Imagine Hyper Tigers. Or maybe don't imagine Hyper Tigers. Hyper Grimclaw, EX Grimclaw? Does Grimclaw even move as fast, though? I don't know why I thought I could get away with that. We've actually sucked down almost all of the free healing they gave us. No, we straight up did. We just did. I don't care if he's got AoE attacks. If I can block them, that's all that matters. And 9 whetstones? What is this monster? Oh my god. He's ruining my life. Devil Joe was nothing compared to this. I mean, we're getting Kingdom Monsters over Sampler, and that might give them a new visual appearance. You're gonna laugh when Kingdom Monsters aren't anything significant at all? You have no trust in Suzuki? What if they're literally just tempered monsters, but they just call them Kingdom Monsters? Like the same, like, gross, like, Tari shadow effect or whatever. Ligma monsters? No, they made it sound as if Kingdom Monsters would be like a special variety. It was from a tweet from the director, Muff. It was like over a month ago because I talked to Jono about it on the stream. Well, I'm sure Lunagaron will get a Kingdom Monster variant. Or hopefully he will. It could also just be like their whatever they're gonna call Apex. Oh. It could just be story. It could be any one of those things. It could be literally nothing. That's true. I never want to fight a Tigrex ever again. Not with Gunlance. I mean, Kingdom is fine. Royal is also okay. Tigrex is hard in G-Rank. He's so much harder than everything else. I mean, it doesn't help that we probably haven't upgraded our armor in quite a while. And our weapon definitely could use an upgrade. I think that was a Gold Crown Large. So that probably didn't help much. We have 1, 2, 3. Now we got a good amount of content for the next stream. I think we'll save the rest of this star rank for the next Monster Hunter stream, which will be on Monday. Tomorrow, Sifu, Shurfu, Sifu, Naxella Patreon stream. Probably going to be a long stream because I'm going to try and beat it in one sitting. It's supposed to take like 6 or 7 hours, so come by for that. If you're somehow in this chat, you're still not in the Discord. Join Discord. Otherwise, I will see you later. Those of you getting Horizon Zero Dawn, enjoy. I love you all. Have a great weekend. See you soon. Goodbye.